Oh man, it's that time. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's get things started. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 16th, 2024. We're gonna write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I already see some chatter both on YouTube and Twitch. We're broadcasting live on both services, so you can connect wherever you might be. Turn on your TV there in the home, and you can watch with friends, with family, even with the pets. Say hello. How you doing? It's so good to see you. I forgot to check. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right. Let me say hello to the folks who are here in chat. CTI Geek, good morning to you in Virginia. Backtash, how you doing on YouTube? Welcome. Dr. Cox, hello. You like the December stream schedule? You're going to miss it dearly? I might be able to do something about that. Maybe not go as long every day, but we might be able to work in some daily streams. How you doing there, digital dummy? Hello. The music always makes you think you're about to watch an Avengers movie and not just some guy writing code. Come on, man. It is like an Avengers movie here. Smirking Squiggly, good day to you. Weird Beard Dev, Nate Palm, good morning to you. Yep, it's Fritz o'clock. That's right, it's that time. How you doing there, Binberg? Good to see you. Daily streams, I think we might be able to do something with daily streams, but I won't be able to go and do full 4-6 hour streams every day. Not quite. I do have a little job that I work. I don't know, a little company you might have heard of that I need to keep things going and talking about things for them because that's kind of a thing. So let's catch up a little bit here. Last week we got into we were building some features for stream for SharpSite, and things were looking really good. Things started coming together, looking nice, and I think we got into, and I don't think we got into, I know we got into building a plugin system for SharpSite. So we wanted to build this website framework that was going to emulate what you could do with WordPress, because quite frankly, WordPress is an amazing platform that's out there. But it's running into issues. I mean, the thing's been around for what, 25 years? And it's running into some issues around governance, and the folks that lead the management company Automatic that manages and grows and invests in the development of the WordPress platform, running into some challenges there. Hey, let's have some fun. Let's build a WordPress inspired content management system, and we'll call it SharpSite, and we'll add some features in there to make it very usable, to make it very friendly, make it so that anybody can pick it up and start working with it. And one of the key features of this was the plugin system. It is an amazing ecosystem that the folks who run WordPress, who run other platforms and applications, work with and have a great amount of interaction. And it really lights up folks to be able to build and extend the platform to do things that are cool, that support that ecosystem. And last week we started building that plugin system, and we got it working. Now, we got it working on my machine where I've had it running. It had the application running and doing some cool things. Now, what I didn't realize, I had some mistakes in the startup sequence, and over the weekend, a couple folks jumped in and sent some pull requests, opened some issues. Hey, this doesn't work quite right. And we got it fixed. We got it cleaned up. I want to talk about some of those with you. I want to look at some of the other pull requests. Exactly. Worked on my machine. And that's something that I want to avoid, right? The works on my machine. Everybody loves to be able to say that, it works on my machine, but you want to avoid that. Hey, Codebase Alpha, good afternoon to you. But I want to get in there, dive in, and take a look at some of these items and review. We've got a couple of we had a couple fixes that went in, a couple documentation items, and a couple things that because of how my machine is configured, your machine might not be configured the same way. So we got a couple of documentation fixes that we added in also that I want to talk about, and I want to spend some time reviewing some of your contributions. Once again, this is a completely open source project here. This is something that I'm taking chat's feedback. I'm taking your messages in YouTube, your feedback that you post, and we're including this. I'm going to put the link to SharpSite is in the YouTube description just below. Let me put together a project command to for the folks who are watching live on Twitch right now. I'm going to say project reviewing PRs and improving DevOps for SharpSite. And you know what? I've got the website, the domain name working for SharpSite. So we can just point to sharpsite.org. Now, right now, it's just it just routes to the top of the GitHub repository, and that's okay. Come on, chatbot. Why aren't you responding, chatbot? I see you there. It's like you took a powder there, friend. What? Yeah. What'd you do? Connection refused. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You put the project message out there. Let's go. No. All right, fine. You're gonna be that way, then be that way. I'm afraid I can't do that, Jeff. Yeah, I tell you. It's a redirect, and I have a feeling that it's not handling the redirect. Fritz and Friends. SharpSite. There it is. And I will pin that message. There we go. Let's see. Codebase Alpha, have I merged the plugin work into the upstream main yet? No. It's still in a 0.4 release train. The goal is to get that merged in today. And one of the things that I have in the list to do today is I want it to start building, when we merge into main, I want it to start building and publishing Docker containers. So that folks can start pulling those down and tinkering with that. More on that in a bit. I'm going to get some music playing in the background here. This is the Stream Beats. Let's go with the EDM playlist today. I like this song. This is called Keyboard Warrior. Everything's running slower today. Is it me, or are things just kind of asleep out there? You know? This is music that's DMCA free. See, there it is. DMCA free, royalty free. Use it wherever you'd like. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for creating this music we're listening to today. Hey, PC nerd. Hello, hello. So let me. Did it drop my category again? It did. I've set my category twice so far this morning, and it dropped it again. There it is. Chris Jones, hello, hello. Let me head over to the code. I want to show you, we've got a couple pull requests sitting here, and there were a couple of pull requests that we merged in and closed out over the weekend. Let me start with looking at those, and we can talk a little bit about these. There was an issue there were a couple of issues here around the initial startup for folks who maybe don't have .NET 9 installed and they're going and adding things. So Default Writer added a little bit of documentation that said, hey, make sure you get your development certificates installed and running on your system. That's fine. That's absolutely good to add here. Let's also make sure we have a link to the .NET 9 SDK. Sure, in the prerequisites. And I think we further updated that to include information about Docker or Podman. There was also an issue where the file provider that was out there and worked with the plugins blocked all the other static files from being downloaded. So we saw something like this pop up. And I had 2 use static file statements sitting in Program CS. And the folks on Stack Overflow said, this is the way to do it. No, it's not. No. The way to handle using the existing static files so that it wraps up and delivers the generated CSS is to actually use a composite file provider. Let me show you that a little bit closer, because this is an interesting trick that you're going to want to do inside of your application, and I want to show you how this works. It is right here. And I should probably put some notes around this, and I could probably turn this into a YouTube short. Hey there. I wasn't looking, so it probably got a bad picture. Let's try that one more time. There you go. Seattle Kraken. Here's the deal. You have an external set of resources, static files that you want to include so that ASP.NET Core and Blazor in this case would load up and host that content. Well, the where'd it go? Yeah. What you can do is provide a composite file provider that takes the current web root file provider, which knows how to look at not just the static files on disk, but also how to take all of the isolated CSS. It knows how to merge all of that together and serve that content. It knows how to provide that. Well, you want to also add, in this case, the plugins location and make that servable. Well, by taking that, put it into another physical file provider and jam it together so you have a composite file provider that is, here's the original stuff that ASP.NET Core knows how to do. And also take a look in the plugin root, and look in the plugin root when folks browse to, I think it's /plugins. Now, did I do that right? I don't think I did that right. I don't think I did that right. I might have still made a mistake here. Hang on, friends. Let's take a look. I might have made a mistake. Can we just double check this real quick? Because I'm looking at that now and questioning code that I wrote at 10 o'clock over a glass of scotch the other night. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a quick look here, because I thought you had to give it a root, like a folder name to mount that other content under. Let's let everybody wake up and start up here. There you go. There you go. Join us, friends. Here we go. Right? So I didn't... Yes, there we go. I purposely wiped out the... Yes. There's the redirect. I know. Site admin, plugin management. I purposely wiped out the plugins folder so that I had to test to see it re-upload. There we go. It's loaded. Yeah, it didn't read it. I know why it didn't read it. It is right here. This physical path provider. You have to tell it what's the name of... Where is it? I thought there was a way to tell it... Hang on to that, Chris Jones. Hang on to that, because that's a thing. I thought there was a way that I had to tell it, here's the name of the folder that you're browsing to. Right? Yeah, plugin root. The root directory, no, no, no. I don't want it to watch. The idea, so the question from Chris Jones is, how would that work with different versions of the same plugin? I don't think we want to support having multiple versions of the same plugin running at the same time. I think that introduces confusion and chaos, particularly if we have multiple DLLs running around. We haven't even gotten into some of that chaos that's going to happen. We're at a very basic. No, I don't need other versions of plugin themes, but any other plugin that contributes CSS files. Yeah, it could get very, very crazy. I thought that there... Hang on, go back over here. Yeah, there was a request path. New physical... Yeah, when we do use static files... Right. We want to avoid naming collisions, and that's why... Right, I want this to go under /plugins. New composite file provider, and it's a parameter of file providers. How do I do that? ASP net core composites file provider, specify root folder. Yeah. Right, so physical file provider. That's the contents, yeah. Yeah. Exposing a single interface for working with files from multiple providers. When creating the you pass one or more file provider instances, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, how do I specify the location that the other one's listening to? It doesn't make sense. Here. Serve static files by using, well, now they do map static assets, yes. And we'll figure that out. Oh no, high-tech redneck, good luck. Migrating systems like that. I'm not familiar with UKG, but I know of Kronos. Yeah, serve files outside of WebRoot. Here. Use static files. New physical file provider. Now, see, they do 2 of those. That wasn't working. All right, let's take this out. App. Use static files. And file provider equals plugin root. Request path equals plugins. That looks like it tried to restart. Let's actually stop and restart it here. It's day 1. You changed over. You're working for Oracle? That worked. That's how I had this before. Let's rebuild. Just... because you see... oh, I had it as a physical file provider. Wait a sec. Move to it for another system. Ah, I see. Using Oracle's database. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, there it is. Running. Jump right in. Hello. That looks like it's working. Yeah. I think I've got another fix here. Will. Head over here. Fix static files. Fix the providers, so /plugins serves plugin content. And I will go put that in. Thank you. Let that build. So that was one thing that I tried to fix, but evidently I fixed it too good. We're on an ad break for about 1 minute more. There was also an issue where folks, it sounds like, had other NuGet other NuGet configurations on their system, which leads me to this issue, this concept, this idea that for an open source project like SharpSite, we should have at the root of the file system of the project, here's everything you need to run this, and not assume anything about your configuration. So at the root, we have editor config, so that you get, here's how we prefer to edit our code. Git ignore, of course. Global JSON. So we force a version of .NET CLI. But we also should have a NuGet config up there. I added NuGet config into the root of the solution. And I added very simple NuGet config that points to the root of NuGet.org. The default, and I expect this to grow and change as we start publishing NuGet packages for folks who want to build and contribute plugins. We're going to need more on that at some point here. So that's that was added into the mix. There you go. That's done. Merge that over. Yep. Delete that branch. I don't need it. Small Q&A section related to SDK at runtime startup issues. This was different. Load plugins at startup on a fresh install. Here's the thing. When you go to build, you don't have, and do a fresh run, you don't have a plugins folder. So we should have the plugins folder created for you when you first start up. And it turns out this isn't really what we want to do either. And we tweaked it even further. So that when everything starts up, we're going to try and load plugins at startup. Go and attempt to create the directory plugins root, and down here, for each plugin folder, go try to load it. However, skip those plugins that start with an underscore. Skip those folders that start with an underscore. This way we can have system folders that start with an underscore. Plugins don't start with an underscore. No problem. So that kind of worked nicely, pulling those couple items together. So here's a couple other things that have been created and added in here. So this implements 135. Specify a unified naming convention for plugin and package identifiers for plugin management, and optimize the plugin load from disk. So we wrote in the documentation, as we planned and kind of sketched out what's a plugin, these ideas that a plugin, thanks for the release notes, that a plugin would have a name format like this. The name of the plugin, the version number, SSPKG, SharpSite package. And default writer here is taking some steps to formalize This is how they should be named. Plugin name at package version or package name SSPKG. Plugin DLL is package name at package version. For plugin name of the enlisted plugins, let's take package name as an identifier of the plugin as such. This will not keep the file system locked for writes and allow overwrites. Okay. Prepares and reflects with loading assemblies as a byte array, as Carl Franklin did in this package over here, where he reads the assembly, and then doesn't need to hang on to it. So the change here, we've got a conflict here we need to resolve. Let's take a look. So when a plugin is added, if it contains that key, if it does not contain the key, add it. Otherwise, reset the existing value. This is going to be important for handling updates, right? We talked briefly about updates. Plugin manager. So get the left part of the name before the @ sign so that we get the key, the base part of the name. Plugin DLL, directory get files, look for that file.dll, star DLL. Okay. And here, instead of doing the load from, read all bytes, assembly load those bytes. Yeah, okay. That way we're not keeping a locked file on disk. Okay. That will allow us to do overwrites and updates later. Add the plugin to the list of plugins in application state. Yep. Logging some information about it. Changing load plugins at startup because it's not running synchronously. Also decided not to take in a application state. Okay. But basically doing the same thing down here. It's kind of copied down for right now. App state current theme type and forcing the theme type. Now where's app state coming in then? Since it's being created with it, isn't it? Use DI to get the logger. Can't do this. By doing this down here, by moving this to the bottom, where is it? I want to view this file. By moving this to the bottom, this might not exist. Yeah, these might not exist. by moving this step to the end, the plugin folder initialization doesn't happen before the file provider is created. We should probably introduce a static initialize plugins method that does the folder creation if necessary. That's not I spelled necessary. Current change. Come on. There we go. All right. So I'm going to leave that parked. You're wondering about guaranteeing a unique package name by using reverse domain name of the author as a prefix, like dev codebase alpha my plugin. That's a very Java thing. Not that that's a bad thing, but that's a very Java thing. That requires somebody to have a domain name. App state is very puzzling, yes. How you doing there, John? It's an order of operations thing that we need to figure out. We're going to talk about this. Let's edit. How to guarantee unique plugin names. How should we guarantee plugin names are unique? There may be lots of folks who create a flat theme. How do we separate these so we know which is which? And I'm going to give this a label of discussion. No, label. Discussion that will lead to the implementation of a feature. There we go. Cool. So, it's a good idea. There you go. Never coded Java professionally? And you never wish to? There you go. Hey, Land of the Elite. Hello. So, the Java naming scheme, it could work, particularly for public plugins. Once we start down the path of let's build our own plugin hosting platform, right? Is there... Oh, chat room. You've been waiting for me to say this. Is there a plugins.sharpsite.org website? Right? You can go to sharpsite.org right now and it routes. Right? Sharpsite.org and it routes over to the GitHub repository. Right? That's a nice shortcut way to get there. Yeah, greenish liquid. That was kind of what Codebase Alpha was saying. To make the author name part of it. Right, so Fritz dot flat theme at right 0.1.0. Right. So go ahead and comment here. I've got the link there in chat. It's flowed through to both YouTube and Twitch. Let me know what you think. The author name part of it, not bad. No, not the Shah. Oh gosh, no. No. Don't do that to me, DGen 1. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. Like, it would make it totally unique. You're not wrong. It would also make it totally unhumanly readable. Only machines are allowed to read the SharpSite plugin names. Maybe, hang on, maybe we're not thinking this through all the way. Unique plugin IDs? And there's a difference between a plugin ID and a plugin name? Right. So, if it's a plugin name, then we can all have flat theme. But they would have a different ID of C# Fritz dot flat theme. Does that make sense? In which case now we need to identify where plugin ID goes into the manifest and lives here. I'm going to let you discuss on that and continue looking at these this last pull request that we have from DGen 1. Hey there, right there in chat. Add plugins as cards on the plugin list. Plugins as bootstrap cards. Buttons are just placeholders. Update and remove. Okay. So theme name and then version number, or right. In this case, I love the dog photos. Love the dog photos. There could be two C# fits flat theme plugins in the universe. It may be valid to refuse to load both in one site, but they can both exist. What's wrong with you, UID? Man, I gotta get that bot replaced and removed like that. How do you structure your universally unique ID? Do you really want to put a a hash, a hexadecimal number in front of folks? Maybe when it comes time to sign things as being official or validated, that might help out. But for right now, as we're just trying to define these, we're looking for ways to make that ID unique, just so it doesn't have collisions writing into folders on disk. So this resolves 112, which is improve the content of the plugins list page. 4 pages updated. Plugin card.razor. Nice. Created a little component. Plugin display name, plugin version, plugin description in the body. And in the footer, an update and remove button. And a plugin icon. And we'll pass in a plugin manifest. Nice. Nice. So then instead of doing that list, we're just doing plugin cards. Nice. What a great way to update and make that a little bit easier. These shouldn't be needed like that. It should just include it. I have a Postgres database. No. More than that. In the universe of things, how do we ensure things are unique? This looks pretty good. I'm going to bring this one in. I think. Yep. Is this being merged into? Yeah, 04. Good. And this should close 112. Merged, verified. Cool. And that leaves us with the 04 release train, which is building now, and we can see the items that are being included in that. Where'd it go? Where's that build? So there it goes. Would it be easier to save the plugin info in the database with unique generated IDs? Yeah, the CS Proj thing is something that happens every now and again. I'll clean that up here. I'll take care of that. We have a Postgres database because that's the current implementation of file storage, of data storage. It could be a SQLite database. But yeah, there's a couple things there. Hey, Alu the Crow. Let me roll back over here. If we create this concept of plugin ID, which I think we've actually kind of already stumbled into. How does that work? 2-layer design. Tell me more. Maybe this isn't name. Maybe this is ID. And there's an ID that appears in here also. And the ID must match the file name. Hey, Billy Cool. Right? Unique ID of the package. Oh no. There it is. So you have a plugin storage service that uses IDV service. No, I think you're overcomplicating it. Plugins on disk are a list of folders, right? We don't read and interact with the management of the plugins except for on the plugin page. We can avoid that. It's not something that we need to spend time doing. We need to spend resources on putting into a database. Right? I'm trying to stay with the Yagni mentality of you aren't going to need it. Just do it on disk. Why do you need unique IDs in the first place? Because that ID, right? This part of the name here can't collide. When we go to extract and put folders on and put the folder content on disk. So let me go back over here. I've excluded the plugins folder here, so it's not included. There it is. Right? So, come here. Right, I've got my plugin folder sitting here. It needs to be unique. It needs to be unique on disk compared to the others. And it uses that same name inside the dub root folder to specify here's where my content is. If we generated a plugin ID, let's think that through for a second. If we generated a plugin ID at install time, hang on. That's fine. If we, I'm looking for, why don't I see it here? There it is. Theme right now is getting that folder. Did I? Wasn't expecting that. But if this is now an ID that's sitting in the manifest, or it's an ID that's been generated by the installation, that could be something. Would it be better to have an installed or active folder? I think there's a plugins registration somewhere that could do that. We would cover cases where you had to plug in twice, but no one has a beta. One was a beta. Shouldn't that live in the database, an ID that maps the folder location? So I'm trying not to assume that there's a database for that. Because right now, the database is living as a separate assembly. And right now it's Postgres. I want the database to be something that you can specify later. Is this something that can be as simple as just a JSON file that's written to disk that has this registration? Generate at install time, add it to the manifest, and then name the folder after the ID. I think you're onto something there, lanky Scottish nerd. I think you're onto something. Then that folder is just an ID. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, we can't generate guarantee uniqueness at a global level. You're right. I'm going to accept this because it's got some good logging and handling of that. And load plugins from array to prevent file locks. Let's call it that. Okay. Let me pull that in. That's not right. Thank you. Okay. So a couple things that I want to do first. Hang on. And then we can talk about generating a unique GUID locally, which will be unique to the install. Load plugins at startup. This right here. Public static void initialize plugins. Not quite. Still not quite. Okay. No. That's going over here. I'm okay with it loading then at the end. Plugin manager should not be transient. Should be a singleton. Should be one. You don't go and create more of those. But yeah, that's what I... Come on, man. No. Plugin manager. Yeah, initialize plugins. App state is being added somewhere right there. I don't need that here. See, the Postgres stuff here, these should come in as a plugin. These will be moved to plugins. These two Postgres items should be moved to plugins in the future. Oh, wait. I'm going to cheese off somebody. Postgres plugins. Okay, there you can see that. Where is it down here? Add singleton, new application state. Okay. Is SharpSite single tenant or multi-tenant? Right now it's single tenant. For a massive system, maybe, but we're not there yet. No, we're not. You're right. If we were doing change tracking, it would make sense to look into logging changes by user. Yes. But I don't think we're there yet. Initializing the plugin manager. Let's just call this initialize. I know you don't like that name. I'm not gonna. Will SharpSite support Java applets? Now cut that out. Really? Okay. Let's make sure that that still works in our current state of managing plugins. The ability to upgrade, start, stop, and have multiple, and have enabled, disabled versions of plugins, I think that's a future thing. That wasn't a full test of what I was trying to do. Back over here. Stop that. Jump back in here. Let's delete the plugins folder and go through the initialization process. So we should see it create that. Come on now. There, it created the plugins folder. Right, which means there's root. It's not running the simple first plugin. What? It crashed. What did we break? What happened? We hit this the other day. No.
Oh my.
It's already allowing 10 meg to be uploaded, and I'm uploading literally like 50K. How did we fix this the other day? It was, yeah. It was enable detailed errors, stopped it. Right, it was in the middle of browsing for this. Yep, debug. Hit it again. Because it's a single multiplication, it'll take a millisecond to be done, and it's easier to read, to know where that number came from. Like, it'll take all of a millisecond to run that simple multiplication, but it's easy to read. All right, hang on. Before I let that go through. You dog! It crashed anyway. Why? Let's open the log. Didn't write anything either. I did merge the plugin list page, not the new add plugin page. Okay. We got to go back and start rolling some things back here because I am confused. Hey there, Johan.
You have just resubscribed for 71 months.
Or is it this one? It's not getting there. Oh, it broke. That's plugin card, plugin razor. Application state, that's okay. We're not getting into that. Yeah, let's go all the way to information. See if we can figure this out. It's not even... It's not logging the other stuff. We aren't even at that point. Like, right, we're on the add plugin page. No. We should hit one of these. Because it's on the change of the file that it's erroring. Right? We're right here. And it's gone. Nothing's written to the log. Yeah, the plugin manager is what changed there. 25 errors coming in. That's wonderful. WebSocket closed. Right, and the WebSocket closed. Yeah, it's not going to show it to me there. Yeah, it's all retries. But I'm not getting the logging coming out here at all. Hey, Frank. Good to see you. There's a plugin manager maximum receive message size. Yeah. In the add signalR. I don't think so. Something's happening, and notably, the logger isn't logging. Like, I've dialed up and down the logging information here, and it's still delivering the same level here. Something else is going on. See, it's not adding any additional log information. The log is not... It's not adding extra information to the logger here. Bang. Gone. See? Nothing was written. Something else. I appear to be changing. That's the schema. Doesn't the hub thingy already configure that? Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Now we're getting the extra stuff. All right, now we're getting the extra diagnostics. Good call. Add, browse. Executing endpoint, add plugin. And it verified who I was. I really don't like that it's constantly requesting from the database, the user there. Mods!
Moz 2005 just resubscribed for 79 months.
Thank you so much. 79 months at tier 3. Thank you so much for that support. Really appreciate it. And this just started working when we turned on and all right. let's do some rollback and see if we can cherry pick what changed. Login ID. The rest of this, let's reset. Let's first off make sure that works. Can we add a global exception handler? Yeah, we should probably do that. We should probably do that. Hey, Mac. How's Monday treating everybody? Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. So let's try and load the simple plugin. Yeah. All right. Let's start unwinding things. No, just clear. So let's back up to here. So we're not doing the attempt to load plugins from the byte array. Gone. Okay. Next one back. So that was this one. This was working. This one was working for us just here a few minutes ago. No. Let's go all the way to here. Developers. Hey there, Clunix? Welcome. It was working just a few minutes ago. Let's clean this thing first. I said it correct. Cool. How you doing? Welcome. Our plugin system broke. Yeah. No. And there's no error trace. Learning C# by doing Advent of code? Oh, that's fun. That's definitely fun. Just wanted to make sure it didn't have the mark of the beast on it. No. Am I doing web dev with C#? Sure am. You can see the link to the project we're working on pinned there to the top of chat. For some reason, our plugin manager here is... It's not even getting to this. So the Aspire dashboard should show us. There we go. And if we open up developer tools, right there it is, getting the content. That's for browser link, but there's... Oh, there was a way to view the messages here in Firefox. No, that's the signalR right there. There's no additional signalR, correct. See, it went across WebSocket. Right there. Nah, no messages. And it didn't hit the breakpoint. Let's go all the way back to here.
Developers.
Hey there, Code and Chill. Welcome. Is this some kind of tool you're using where you can see the logs on the website? This is called .NET Aspire. This is a new set of tools and a framework that you can use to launch and manage all the various subsystems that make up your application. In this case, I've got my Postgres database that it's configuring a Postgres container that's running here locally and giving me all the configuration information, pumping that directly into the website. Now, this was the problem that we were having before. I'm okay with it for right now. We'll fix this. Nope, that's broken too. This is something local. This is something that's a configuration on my machine. And I think it's a .NET Aspire thing. This is where we left off on Friday. Clean the solution. I turned off keyboard cam. I'll turn it back on there. There's a release that's sitting in there also. It did work on Friday, yeah. Now, this problem with the loading the folders correctly, different. It's a different issue that we fixed over the weekend. I mean, if I go back to this version, right? 0dog037, that's the version that I've checked out right now where we added the plugin system. This doesn't have the plugin system. Is it Visual Studio? Now, this doesn't even have the app plugin mechanism. So, yeah, see, plugin doesn't even exist here. I'm wondering if Visual Studio is... No, there's nothing necessary in the plugin folder. It's not... we aren't even looking at that yet. The suggestion is to add the signalR hub message size. Where was that? Code. From Codebase Alpha. See what we got. I think it's the same. I think it is the same. There it is, saving the plugin. Okay. These don't go anywhere yet. Why did that work? Oh, that button doesn't work. Why did that work? I mean, there it is. Ta-da, it worked. Like, if I have that, do I need this one? Yeah, this is the latest version of what, D-Rocks? Oh, I hit the breakpoint. Yeah. Yes. I don't know why that works and it didn't before. Configure larger messages to allow Yeah. Upload of packages and other... Yeah, to allow upload of packages. Right? Do we have it upload... Do we have it upload the package to an API endpoint instead? That's what I'm thinking, Ninja Ola. I don't have a... And configuring the signalR hub options was the fix. But they were sitting there on line 36 attached to the interactive server. I think you might be right. Ninja Ola. Let's move these out to an API endpoint. They were there. No, that's a different badge. Yeah, they were there. If I moved it out to an API, I then need to sync somehow that API session with the current logged in user who's in the admin area working with the plugin. Now, I mean, I could do the upload to that other API and have it return that the details in the manifest of here's what I found, and put that plugin then into a quarantine area. It's very weird. I'm gonna park that for now because I don't want to go chasing ghosts right now on this. It's working. Let's continue with the other issues. This guaranteeing unique plugin IDs is something that I think we can go through and do right now. I mean, I literally rolled back. Right? Look, add hub options, and there's the values. I just pulled it out, and maybe this makes it available to the signalR stuff better. I don't know. Sharp site, web. Okay. Moved hub options to DI. Why didn't that? Really? Does it need to be AM? Like, I've always been doing it that way. It does. Wow. Didn't know that one. Let me merge that in. Yeah, I know. Wait. Oh, it pushed it into there. Never mind. I pushed it into there. And it's building right now. All right, fine. Back over here, let's look at the milestone. I don't want to look at that. Let's do this. And let's introduce this idea of plugin ID, as well as let's generate a unique ID for the folder on disk to write this to. Give me a second here. Okay. So let's go back to this concept of ID. ID at version. And then the ID should be right there in the JSON. So I'm going to go back to my sample package here. Rename it back. Yes, I know it may become unusable. It's awful. And what's the name of this? Sample.firstTheme plugin. Yes, copy and replace. Okay. And I'll rename that. Yep. So now we have an ID that's embedded inside of it. So can I hash the name of the pack for the ID? I'd rather not, Bruno. I see where you're going with that, but I'd rather not. I like what Lanky Scottish Nerd is suggesting. Let's talk this through, because, right, we've got a bunch of folks here who have different experiences that are going to have different insights on this. So the ID for the package. Let me get solution. There's too many files. We're going to need you. So there's an ID for the package. Plugin file name's not allowed to start with underscore. Yeah. Current uploaded plugin name. Current uploaded plugin. So that's the file name. Goes and gets the manifest JSON. Deserializes it. Which means also when you do add plugin, I need my plugin manifest. Give me 1 second here. There it is. I need to add an ID into this. Public required string ID, right? Yeah, I was right. Add the ID field from the manifest. Oh, it's not going to do it because yep, keep going. Thank you. Copilot for the win. So yeah, I'm trying to get the plugin name, Billy. That's where we're going here a little bit. So when the plugin manager uploads, well, that's not right. Okay. So we can fix this a little bit, right? Here's where it's doing the installation. And down here it loads the plugins, loads the manifest. There's where it gets the name, and it puts the name. Say here. And I think we want to separate the key has to be unique. Where else does app state? Right, this collection of plugins. Right, where else is that used? Nowhere else. No, on the plugin list page. It reaches directly into it and it puts the plugin card, but it passes the actual plugin manifest. Okay, we're still good. So let's unwind this a little bit. Okay, so we're going to introduce a plugin ID, and the plugin ID, right, is to help keep to help give a unique ID to the name of the plugin, right? You can name the plugin. Everybody can name it flat theme. But the ID is fritz.flattheme. The second piece of this is this folder here. Yes, it has your stuff in it, but we're going to force this to be a unique name by making this folder name a GUID. Yeah, By removing that name coupling, Billy, that's a great point. The name should not be coupled to anything because the name could change. You called it Flat Theme this week. Next month, your amazing theme building business has been acquired by Spacely Sprockets, and now it's the Spacely Sprocket Flat Theme is the name of it. How do we carry that GUID? Right, so the other part of this is that same GUID that this is also the GUID in front of that. That's right, a Jetsons reference. That's right. Like, am I on the right commit? Like, plugin manager initialize isn't there? Did I roll that back? Did I roll that back? I think I rolled it back. I think I inadvertently rolled it back. Yeah. Good catch. Thank you. Let me put that back over there. Public static void. Ooh. What is that? GitHub. I'm going to leave that commented because that's interesting. Right, it also doesn't have the Postgres thing there. Yeah. Plugin manager, initialize. Ta-da. Ta-da. There we go. For Postgres. And I can hear some folks. Not regions. Yes, regions. There was somewhere else that it was creating application state right there. You go away. And that should still work. Right? Yes, ID GUID should be created by the app, not the user. The user is going to be able to say, here's the ID that I've assigned, but we'll yoink that. Yoink, that's a technical term. You yoink it so the joins don't get in the way and get things all confused. You're using raylib C# bindings for the first time. What makes it amazing, Expanded Cuber? What do you like about it? Did somebody yoink the joint? Exactly. And suddenly we're tiptoeing on NSFW. Not using C or C++ facts. Where's my website? Where's my website? What are you doing? Oh no, I'm at a breakpoint. Missing required properties ID. Yes. It did create uploaded. I didn't. I thought I commented that out. Here we go. Try this again. All right. Website. Come on. Don't fail me now. There it goes. Plugin management. Add new plugin. Yes.
Oh my.
I can't make this up. It was working and then broken. And we moved that hub options around. And now broken. Was it that? Plugin manager is transient. That should be singleton. Yeah. But those shouldn't knock down the server. Not just the server, but Aspire as well. Go on. Dead. It's just WebSocket closed. And no reason given, even though we've got... This tells me that it's a bug in ASP.NET that blows up. Does it also got a Blazor team member you can consult? They're pretty much on break at this point. I updated app settings development and something else that I need to keep an eye on. No, it's okay. It is a folder on disk, so it's bypassing it. It did happen after moving the plugin folder configuration. Yes. It's clearly the region tags. Clearly. Now, if I cancel, it still drops. That's static assets, you mean? This is confusing enough. Let's come back to that, Dr. Cox. It's not message size because it's not even sending a message. And we're not getting detailed errors coming out of it either. Circuit options. Not sure. But the fact that it isn't returning an error message and just blowing the entire stack all the way into .NET Aspire tells me this is a bug in ASP.NET. Right? Everything is gone at this point. And no detailed messages. trying to run it from here to try and take out Visual Studio, run, render, hook. No, the debug window doesn't have anything. I don't think so. Is it Visual Studio? Hey, Greg.
Oh my.
But how long will it work for? Agreed. Is it hot reload? It's Monday. It is. It's Monday. Let me stop the website and restart it. Yeah, you... There, it just recreated the plugins folder. I would say it's Visual Studio. I'd say it's Visual Studio. But now let's back up. Delete this. You got to stop there, friend. Didn't change anything. Yeah, there is a default account. We should put that into the documentation. Thank you, dgen1. Yeah. Yep. Admin at localhost, and then admin123. Go log in. There it is. Admin at localhost. And yes. Plugin management. Add the new plugin. Okay, this screams that it's a framework bug. Before I go too much further, I want to nip that question from Blazer Mr. Magoo. Let me jump over here. And in contributing, let's just add an entry in here. Yeah. The default user that is built and initialized in SharpSite has these credentials. Is an administrator. Let's make sure we get this right. Admin at localhost. Admin 123 exclamation. Right? Do we have a health check in the web? There is by default. Added default user to contributing. Yep, that's fine. Good. That way it's out there for other folks who might not be watching the stream to pick that up. Keyboard name, this is the Digma Defy. There was a question back a little bit from Mark is Beastien. Yeah, this is the Digma Defy. It has feet here so I can have it raised up if I want it to run. If I want to run with a little bit of what? Where'd the top one go? Right, if I want it to run at a little bit of an angle, I can prop it up. I thought there were 3 in there. Right, aren't there 3? No, there's just 2. But there's feet on both sides, so you can prop it up. You can even prop it up vertically if you want it to go vertically. But it's also got Bluetooth adapter here, so you can run wirelessly if you'd like to run wirelessly. So, lots of options that you can do. And of course, you can replace the keys, like my duck key in the corner. There's up to 10 layers of configuration, as well as macros and a whole bunch of configuration options there. As a programmer's keyboard and a gamer's keyboard, tons of flexibility that you can use with this. So, I'm not familiar with Arcane, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't even restart Visual Studio. I compiled at the command line. All right. Anyways, I'm going to go back over here and dive back in here. To escape reality while talking to my duck. That's right. Quack, quack, quack. Right there. Where was I? Let's back out of these. So now I've got a whole bunch of files that I changed. Okay. So add plugin. I feel like there should. When plugin. All right. So we were trying to do plugin manager. When it saves, it should write down a GUID for this folder name, as well as Where did that plugins uploaded folder come from? I guess I wrote it to store the raw packages. Okay. Fine, do that too. But if we're going to write down a GUID location for these, I need to resolve what that GUID is and move stuff across. Ads just started. No, yeah, see, there's an uploaded folder that I had in there. I don't need to do that. See, and then it goes and finds more folder structure. Yeah, it's the quarantine folder. You're right. This is literally just looking at the file. When save happens, it's grabbing it out of that memory stream. It is getting a bit lengthy. You're right. This bit in here we need to clean up. And here's where it's deciding where to write the content. if we introduce a GUID here, right, this bit up in here is doing the save right here. Extract and install plugin. Okay. And now all of that is down here. That's fine. Current uploaded plugin name split. No, we don't want to do that. This is actually, we should now be able to say manifest ID. Same thing down here, this. Oh, let's take this and just move it there. It's not. Okay. So the second part of this is loading loading the plugin into memory. Yeah, we need to generate the GUID, stash that GUID somewhere in the mix, so that, in particular, right, we're looking at this theme component. It knows how to go use that GUID to locate its CSS and other static resources. Okay. But I need to put in application state, right? The plugin has, this should be the plugin ID now. Right, that's now the ID. I'm going to actually change that there so that it's clear. It could have a different ID for different installs, yes, if we were to go this way. But it ensures No. No, let's not do the GUID. The GUID introduces a ton of complexity. Will it work in a round-robin web form? If you were sharing the see, this is a common folder that you would need to share. That's a great consideration to make sure that we don't code ourselves into a corner. Because when we upload this, we're going to write it into a folder. How does web server 2, web server 3 get that same file? Now, you could have replication between the folders on the 3 servers. You could have it on a shared folder that all 3 servers point to. And that would work. I don't think we need the GUID because it introduces a whole bunch of complexity that we don't need. The question around being able to do beta could be addressed by changing the naming of the folder. To include the version number. What does async and await do? They are a feature that allows us to specify that this process, that this method, save plugin, has some parts that are going to be running outside the managed code that we're writing. And those parts can run asynchronously. And when those parts do run, like here, where we're going to save some things to disk, that's another system that's running that. Wait for that other system to be done before you proceed. So it allows us to introduce a little bit of asynchronous operations without having to go and manage the thread processing ourselves and say, go run this other process and call back when it's done. It'll automatically either call back when that's done or block, depending on what type of process is going on there. In the container scenario, when we load balance by spinning up more containers, do each of the containers mirror changes made in one, like when we install a plugin? I think the plugins are going to be you're going to want to mount the plugins as a volume in a container scenario. You don't want the user to provide the ID. I think we're overthinking it. I think we're overthinking it. If the ID for the folder is provided by the plugin creator, or is indirectly provided by the plugin creator because it's a hash of the contents. It prevents the hash prevents collision. However, it obfuscates and makes it really hard to read the code and actually know what's going on. So for the downstream folks that are trying to debug and support this, it makes it really hard. Introducing a GUID to force the folder names that the plugins are installed in to be unique also does that same, makes it really hard for downstream folks to be able to support and identify and find which plugins are providing which content. Are we using the ID for CSS and JavaScript references? We're using the type of it, yes. At this point. Does that allow someone to overwrite that folder on upload? So I think that's something that we can introduce an error handler to block. If you make a tutorial on YouTube with download links, which has original manifest but a malicious DLL, how do we handle that? I don't want to ignore the concept of malicious DLL. That's absolutely a concern that we need to address. In my mind, the number one way to address that is we're going to establish a storefront for folks to get secure, reliable versions of these plugins. And if you upload from somewhere else, you're trusting that the person you got it from did not put malware in there. I think there's options for us to do some malware scanning in the future as part of this, but we're right at the beginning still. Like, there's all kinds of places here where we can inject stuff to block malicious updates. And I'm not trying to say let's ignore malicious updates at this point. But I am trying to say that if I spent the time building and working on fighting malicious updates now, we won't get into building the actual feature because we'll spend so much time locking down malicious updates. But I think we can do something as simple as blocking an update to a already installed plugin. I think we can do that. What do you think? Oh, I'm done coffee now. Oh, I'm going to miss my coffee. Like, let's absolutely create an issue to do a security pass and to review and handle bad actors uploading content. Totally agree. Bad actors can upload bad HTML. You can put HTML in there that isn't not to do cross-site scripting, but bad actors can put in code that will crash your browser. Like, that's a thing. No cancellation token? No. Do I really need a cancellation token being passed in here? Not at this point. I mean, GUID or hash of contacts acting as unique or conceptually the same. Yeah. If I have a malicious plugin installed that had the original manifest, the storefront would just tell me it's already installed. So that's where I think a hash checking against a storefront's copy of the hash listed somewhere, yes, that makes sense. I'm on board with that. We're not there yet. Yeah, no, there's no way to tell. It's just that, right, we need, establishing a trusted storefront is a thing at some point. We're not there yet. I'm just trying to get stuff written to disk. Stuff loaded into memory. Right, so handle uploaded plugin. Right, if there's already a plugin installed with the same name, push back. But right now, there's only one plugin that's available in the world. I'll take that as an issue. Right? Block uploading a plugin with the... Oh, no. The time... We're going to football game this weekend, the playoff football game this weekend, and there's questions about parking. Oh, what do we do? I can't just block uploading a plugin with the... No, we can't just block uploading. We have to make the folder name include the version number. Then it makes it a bit more unique for the upgrade scenario. But yeah, then we can do block uploading a plugin with the same name and version. If a plugin is currently installed with the same name and version, block the upload, block the installation, and report that the existing plugin must be removed. Oh no, I've done that. All right. extract method. I'm just going to call this validate plugin. And right now it's just checking the file name. Does it have the wrong name? Okay, there's the plugin name. And what do we do with the name? Where else is that used? That's fine. Here. Extract and install plugin. The file path that it's writing to is going to be oh man, really? Manifest ID. Manifest version. Right? Now, why don't you like that? Async arguments cannot have ref in or out parameters. You stink. You stink. So I'm going to need to fix that. You think a trusted first-party store will be the only real solution, as the ID would come by uploading? I think there's an advanced mode where folks would want to be able to upload and test their own or work with their own versions. Or connect to an alternate store. But getting way ahead of ourselves. Thank you, Codebase Alpha. Yes. Yeah. Let's... so file stream, directory info, and zip archive. We leave tonight. Oh, is that so? How you doing? Directory info.
Grandieras _live just resubscribed for 2 months.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. When was the last one? Zip archive. Much appreciate. Since these can't live here. Thanks so much for that support. Really? All right. Come here. And now we got to change these to... Right. Get rid of that. Right. And at the end of this, there we go. Thank you. All right. So now where that was being called before, here, Get rid of these. And we can have it decompose right here. Right, deconstruct. I'm sorry, not decompose. Yeah, decompose. There. Okay. Ugh. All right. I got lost on myself there. Is the version field checked for semver or some format? No. Can the user add a path as a version like we can do a version check. Where's the manifest? There's the manifest. The version right now is a string. And this is getting really ugly in this file. Let's move you and so I've got my public methods up top. Let's do this. Validate. Package version. No. Validate manifest. Check for a valid version number. Do me a favor, Tenac, create an issue to validate the version number, and we can put that right here in validate manifest, so that we throw an error immediately if it's an invalid manifest. Right, checking for invalid path characters. Right, some schmuck's gonna upload a plugin that has an emoji for as part of the ID. Valid plugin ID. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it should probably still be around. So if we save, I would break down path character. I would break down name and name and version number are only allowed A through Z dot and numbers. That's it. Yeah. The allow list. Plugin manifest is required to have an ID. It's required. Sure, we could do that. Sure. Heck, if we just do manifest ID should only contain letters, numbers, period, hyphen, and underscore. That's not bad. Right? Manifest version. Yeah, about the same thing. There you go. Start there. Right? That's a decent start. Okay. If it's missing a manifest, it throws its own error. There it's doing the validate. Okay. So now when it comes time to save, extract and install. Let's go back over here. So we're going to create a folder that is that syntax. Manifest ID, manifest version. And we probably want the same file path. Which file path is that? Yeah. Wait. That's what it's saving in the uploaded folder. Okay, then we're going to create a lib folder. And then inside dub root, that same. And those are the 3 folders it's writing to. Okay. So now when it comes time to load the plugins at startup, goes into the plugins, the plugin folder, that's fine. That's fine for right now. We need to be able to select that later. But the key is now the plugin ID. Okay. With the string version, how do you tell if there's an update? Not thinking about that yet. Too far down. Not even getting into updates yet. How do you tell if there's an update? Don't know. Like, even it's a string sitting there, right? We expect it to be 1.0.0. I'd love to force it into a version type and figure that out so that we can tell if there's an update thing there. There's more to that. We'll get there. I'm still going through and trying to do the folder name change at this point. So now that folder name is different, here the ID and version number is sitting in the manifest that this came with. Yeah, this has no idea where it came out of. And application state, so what if we change this then to right? Now that should have broken something over here. There it is, right there. So if instead we make this I got an idea. No. No. ID version to string. Yeah, like that. Fine. Is not, no. Do that. I believe I need that same bit. On load plugins at startup. Right there. Okay. I think I've got that all addressed the way we want it to. Try this again. I do like the idea of forcing the version numbers to a specific semver format. Totally agree with it. We'll get there. There's one other place. Yep. Okay, so when we actually pull this John out. Great instance, current theme type. Come here. String ID. ID version type. Theme type. And let's call you just current theme. So then if I go back over to theme razor, current theme dot can I do it like that? So then the format theme type location is going to be like that. And that only runs when there is a style sheet to format. Let's see if this works. What do you think, Chad? Am I right? I'm trying to get back and fix this naming of the folder. And then I've got some other things I want to get into and dig around in. Upgrading and deploying and forcing version number stuff on some of this. Coming. All right, so it doesn't have the plugin installed. Let's go and add the new plugin. There's the... Oh my god. Are you kidding me? If this works here... Really? Like, it's not running out here. There it is. You can't make this up. And now it works. And the folder is sample first theme plugin at 010. So they're isolated versions, right? And dub root is isolated as well. So there it is. There's the theme. Okay. There's definitely something weird over there. That's what we want, yes. I'm going to save that at this point. Plugin folder name. Sharp site web. Okay. What else? Yeah, the artifact is updating because we added the ID. Now using ID at version 4 plugin folder name. Okay. So that should clean that up a little bit so that we have multiple versions of plugins available and on disk, and we can pivot between them. Okay. That was traumatizing. There we go, completed. Okay. Let's go back to the milestones. There's another item in here that I feel like there's more to be. Yeah. Not that. There's more to be discussed on this topic. And I don't know how I report that bug. I think I pick up the phone and I call Glenn Condren. I think I opened an issue on the .NET repository. This is something that I think is a no-brainer for us to say, yeah, of course we want to build a website that's accessible. How do we enforce this? There's some really good points that are being made here by, is it Guillaume? There's some standards and guidelines here. How do we force that? I don't know. And I'm going to need some help and some feedback on what to do with this to make sure that we meet certain standards. So this is here. It is absolutely an epic to get us to that point. We're not there yet. We're nowhere near there yet. But I think some of the things that we're going to set up in the milestones are going to help get us there. Post pages, including some initial meta tags, we can probably bang out real quick. Handle theme selection is something that we can probably do right now. Using a component library that's already accessible. So when somebody adds a theme, how do we report back that that theme is accessible? That that theme meets contrast requirements? Like, if we have a theme storefront, I can see when a theme is uploaded, take it down, install it into a project, spin up that into a default configuration, spin up a version of SharpSite with that theme enabled, fire up some playwright tests, crawl and do the investigation of that test site, report whether that theme meets high contrast regulations. That's something that would be compelling to build. Making sure that the framework that we're building from the get-go has good readability and accessibility. Yes, we can do that. Encouraging plugin owners to meet those same standards with some sort of inspection. I'll tell you what, I'm going to switch to the Synthwave playlist. So for plugin owners, to encourage them to ensure that their plugin is accessible, establish some sort of a badge or something that says this plugin was verified as accessible, is probably doable. That's way down the line. But making sure that our components, that our default theme, that the page admin, post admin, plugin upload pages are all accessible, I think that's something that we can bring in line. Add start in 40 seconds. Let me do the theme selection here. Let me do this one. Since ads are starting in just a few seconds, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to step away during the ad, take a quick bio break, grab some water, and I will be right back. All right? Give me just a minute here. Wrong one. This one. All right. This one. Hi. So when loading multiple theme plugins, how do we choose which one is currently running? Which one is the current one? Right, we want some sort of a simple UI. And the idea was, well, let's leave an option on the site admin page that lets you choose which one. Okay. Okay. So application state has multiple plugins installed. On the admin page, we can go through that list of plugins, find those that have the capability of theme, and add them. Plugin manager current theme equals plugin ID. It's not quite that. Did I have that somewhere? App state. Oh. Well, I like the simplicity that you have with it. I could say application state. Right? I could add a method here. Not that yet. We're not there yet. Let's reset. Hang on. Fix. Get rid of that. Theme chooser. Wait a sec. No, it's not. All right. Public void set theme but I probably want to pass in plugin manifest because I'm not going to have the type. From here I can say that the theme type, I need to do that same kind of spelunk across, which I can kind of move from here. Right? I can... So the... Where do I get the assembly that it loaded? Right? Well, it went... Okay. So the name of that assembly, right? Why am I not getting... Why am I not getting any help when I mouse over something? Why is it showing me 4 errors? No errors. It's sitting in memory. How do I find the list of those assemblies that are sitting in memory that belong to this plugin? Well, hang on. I think we have our key wrong. No, key is manifest ID. I'm okay with that. Which means it's probably in... I don't want to have this in application state. I don't want to load from. It already exists. No. It's in memory. It's the in-memory assembly. Copilot, why don't you go find it? Identify the plugin assembly. Hey, Finn and Nora, welcome. That's named after the manifest.id. Identify the plugin assembly in memory. Right? Yeah, that might be it. Okay. I can get rid of that. Make that this and that. I think that does it. And it gives us, like the Lanky Scottish Nerd is suggesting, a much simpler way to specify. Here it is. Here's... Now, I think as we're looking into features here, I think there is a public enum called Plugin features. If this becomes plugin features like that, I don't want other. Right now I just want theme. That's the only one we support. Will that build? Will that run? Will that... Let's see what happens. Contains plugin features theme. That works. Where else? There's one more. No. Try that again. If you can't find the DLL, should it set current theme to null or just leave whatever's there before? It should find the DLL because it's loaded in memory. There we go. That was kind of what I expected. JSON value cannot be converted to JSON to plugin features. That was what I was kind of expecting. Let's take a look back in there. Over here, this one. Right there. There's a way. There's a way to tell the JSON serializer to parse that enum. And I don't know what it is. How do I enhance the serializer to read strings and convert to enum? Hey, PowerShell freak, going well? Look at this. JSON string enum converter. Okay. Give that a shot. What is that? You don't know what that is. Why don't you know what that is? It's one of those. Try that. Things are going well, PowerShell freak. How are you doing as we near the end of the year? And all the end of year holidays and fun stuff. gonna find it. Yes. Okay. I wasn't expecting that at all. Go find me other places that it's doing that. Put one of those in there, and honestly, like, come here. Extract a method around that. Read manifest. This should return one of these. So then I can say that. Oops. That. Now, why don't you like that? Fine. And where was that other place that I was doing it? Right. Oh, it wanted a stream. Okay. Add an overload for read manifest. That takes a file name. Oh, you're not going to do it for me. Thank you. Right. Just got back from sports, have to learn something for a certification? Okay. What kind of certification? So that takes care of that, and now it handles, and I have a theme type that it's enforcing is in the features. We can throw an appropriate error in the future that says unknown feature. When we do validate manifest, right? Which is actually even something that's being done when that's loading right there. Right? It's validating that schema. What? Anyways. Okay, so now I can look at, how do I know what themes I have installed? Azure Database Administrators. Oh, good luck. Good luck, good luck. I know the plugins that are installed. Right, because application state has a list of the plugins, so I can go through the list of plugin manifest and grab the ones. Yeah, okay. I know what I'm doing here. So if I put on the index page here, right, I need to inject application state. Application state. That's fine. No. I want a collection of plugin manifests. Almost. Available theme plugins. That's no. That's fine to start. Right? Yeah. Yes. No, it's not type. Contains. But this needs one of these. Really? No, it's plugin features, that's why. Select. Well. Tim! Hello! Oh my goodness. I don't even need to select there. How you doing there, Tim? Thank you so much for the raid. Bring in the turtles. Hello. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Jeff Fritz, and I'm working on a website framework, a content management framework that is getting us set up so that we can build websites flexibly with a great and a rich plugin subsystem. So we're doing a little bit of reflection work here inside of our C# so that we can take a look at the various plugins that are loaded and allow folks to choose a theme from the currently loaded plugins. So that's what we're working on. What were you doing over there on your channel, Tim? Let us know there in the chat. Superreen, welcome. I'm going to drop a shout out to our friend Tim there. There you go. All right, so that's going to give me a list of the available theme plugins. So now I can put a... No, I don't need an admin thing. No, I don't even need that. Actually, what I do need is... No, I don't need the plugin manager either. Trying to figure out some plans for stream growth. Writing an article about how you tackle your own prefab system. Okay. The stream growth, I feel like, is something that we're all struggling with, and the best way to make it happen is to get content available when we're not streaming. Create that YouTube short, create that YouTube video that promotes what we're working on. So folks discover it while we're not streaming and know, oh, let me go check that out. the best live streams that we can produce are the ones that we're not actually streaming live. The takeaway is that a programmer is often about persistence, digging through concrete walls. Yeah, that is a fantastic way to describe it. I used to say to my supervisors that I'm a Philly guy, and if there's one thing that hardworking blue collar Philadelphia region folks live and die by, it's that a little bit of hard work isn't going to hurt you, and every problem can be solved with just a little bit more hard work. So I like that. The persistence is digging through concrete walls with a plastic spoon. Yeah. Rashid, thank you for joining us. Hello. Where was I going here? I was going to ask the AI to help here. Generate a theme selector combo box based on the list of available theme plugins. Let's see what it generates. Theme selector, sure. Finish that off. So what do we got? On change theme. So we need some sort of change theme method. Yeah, that's probably something we need. Okay, thank you. For each plugin in there, plugin display name. Sure, that's a good start. You're Rashid from South Africa. Hey, nice to meet you. Why am I welcoming me again? It expires after a few hours. I am the place where problems come to die. That's not ominous. Let me do that again. Right? I am the place where problems come to die. Echo. No echo. Echo. No echo. Anyways. Let's do plugin right, because that's a manifest. Yeah. Manifest should, right? Oh, come on now. ID version to string. What kind of like that, like this. And we'll do something with that. And how do I know which one is selected? No. Over here. This is going to be app state. ID version. Well, first off, has value. This is so confusing. And app state. Current theme, value, ID version equals plugin ID version to string. Yeah, I was right. Selected. No. That is really ugly. Not gonna lie. No, if there isn't one selected, it'll just be the top one. Let's see what it looks like. And here comes the initial test version of the site. Yep, it always throws that because it's not returning. Site admin, first plugin theme is selected because it's the only theme that's installed. So if I go back to here, we want to somehow disable, even though it's loaded, disable it. So, and right now it's doing this on change. I should probably have some sort of a save updates. Right? Here. And I was thinking about having application state sitting on disk somewhere. Right? I had this idea that I floated. Called application state JSON sitting on disk. On the root of the plugins folder. Ad start in 20 seconds. That's not too bad to do. Why do I have read manifest here twice? Oh, because the one's the overload. And setting a theme is something then that I wouldn't need to be doing in there, because I would be reading the application state that has the theme in it. But I can't initialize application state until after the plugins are loaded. So what if I go over here, right? We moved plugin manager to down here. Application state is loaded. Load application state. Why don't you like that? Oh, because it's already here. Well, then I don't need to get it again because I've already got it. And somewhere at Appalachian State University, folks are going, Fritz is talking about us. Load. Load from disk. Just load. And then how often do I save application state to disk? I guess when things like that theme changes. This should probably be awaited. Right? Yes, I know. You don't know what to do with that. Grouchy, grouchy. No. Async task. Nope. Load application state from application state.json in the root of the plugins folder. That's pretty good. And we'll want a similar... Yep. Ooh. Have I read about Devin, the AI software dev? Yeah. Right. Devin is one second. Right, Devin is not legit. Copilot has been pretty good today. And it was turned out to all be a lie. Was met by praise, concern, and skepticism. Turned down offers valuing it at $1 billion. Yeah. Various AI software engineering models have been released. Yeah. So, it is. It's a hoax. So, it searches online resources. Yeah. No, it's just an AI that's out there. So, so that should load and save from disk if it isn't already there. So now my little theme chooser here, when you click save complete, should save the file to disk from app state. So, right, Yeah. So let's make this a string. Selected theme. We could do this. Right? Okay, fine. No, the app state current theme is no ID version. Which means hang on. I don't even need this. Right? Because I could do, and I can get rid of that. And I could say bind like that. And it will track appropriately. Then I need a save button that actually writes it out. Glaring security flaw that makes all your GitHub repos publicly accessible. Nice. Nice. Yeah, there we go. I don't need that. But what I do want to do here is I want to say, not quite. It's a little bit more than that. We want to say app state set theme. It's not going to be. Yeah, it will be select. Available theme plugins. So that's a plugin manifest. ID version to string. Which means this needs to be an async task. And we probably want to put some message up on the top. So I need to get recording some videos about what SharpSite is and get it published out there as these little short videos so that folks start finding it. Just like you discovered his video of him talking to these things. I need to go through and share a little bit of this. Somebody watching a 6-hour video from last week talking about how we built application state, it's not going to go over well. So that loaded application state. Did it? No, it didn't. How did it decide to load that? It still has the loader doodad in it. So if I change that, did it save the file to disk? No. What did it do? Let's look at a couple things here. Wow, that's impressive. Come here. This. Okay, so it has a value specified. That's not right. That's why. There we go. Now it has the theme selected properly. Okay. What happens when I click change theme? Nothing happens because we're not set up with this page to be. Interactive server. I need to save outside of the if check. You're right. You're right. I'm trying to shift tab. Why aren't you shift tabbing? Bring you over here, over there. Do I need default theme as an option? Not yet. Once I have a default theme, yes. Okay. Go ahead, reload. Okay. It unloaded the theme. I'm running into an error there. So after it sets the application state, I need to navigate back to this page. Hey there, Phil.
Phil Vesey just resubscribed for 42 months. Hi everyone.
Hello. Navigation manager. And this is to just /admin. How's it going there, Phil? Thank you so much for the resub. 42 months. It is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And we do want to force a reload. Now that should hot reload, yeah. What's the error? I guess I gotta look at that, right? Could not load, find part of the path D, sharp site win bin, blah, 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 blah. So it's telling me it can't save the file. It doesn't know where to save it. Yeah. Where is it? Plugin Manager knows where to load from, so it's just looking there. So what if I just do that? And then inside Program, load plugins at startup. Right, let's get rid of the theme loader there. We've been finding some interesting challenges with uploading plugins, and it crashing out immediately. Okay, so the theme isn't loaded. Selected that. Do I need to do the reload? I think I do. Yeah. That's working. All right. Give it a little bit of space. There we go. Not bad. So now we have an elementary theme selector, and it should be saving it to disk here. It's saving the list of plugins. I don't want it to do that. So let's add a JSON ignore. Reload it. Okay. So it should be loaded. I didn't delete. Current theme null, but thirst. But it restart. Restart. So there's no application No, application state is there, but it has a current theme unselected. No plugins installed. If file exists, it does. It clears it, and then it attempts to re-add them. I don't want you doing these. Stop and restart that. There it is. Oh, I can't get back to the front page here. So now if I select the theme, set the theme, there it is. There's application state. Huh? Come here. Has a plugin, has a current theme defined. Oh, and that's a type. What the heck happened there? For some reason, the bot disconnected. There we go. That type is really easy to use, but serializing that is getting grouchy, right? That wasn't it. Here. Yeah. It doesn't want it really doesn't know what to do with that. Yeah. So if I can get where's the immediate window? Not interactive. This one. Right? Current theme, value, theme type. Right? It's not full name. It's like assembly qualified name. That one. I could put that in. Right? Because that I can load. right? We can say get type, type get type. Yeah. Current theme. Value, theme type, assembly qualified name. What? What if I say type of? Nope. But can't I say type of that? Nope. What if I type, give me that? Why am I getting no coming off that, John?
Developers.
D Pirate Roberts, welcome. It's the Dread Pirate Roberts. How you doing there? What the heck is all this? Don't know what happened here. Whatever. What are we making? Is this .NET? Yes. Due to the assembly load side effect. Oh, you're right, Fun's a lot. I don't want to add a plugin info. I've already got the manifest. I don't want to carry around all that type information. It's there because it's loading it. Like, we can see it and it's loading it. You love this tab placement in Visual Studio on the left, on the right here. Thank you. It's finding what? No. It's finding the theme by looking and assigning it. Like it's looking in the assemblies and it's finding like it's there. Let's put a break there and take a look at this. You thought that was the file structure? Nope. That's over here. So let's dig back in here. I shouldn't go too much longer. I've got other things to get to. Hang on. App state. Yeah, current theme is null. Oh, so it does have a value. So I need another check in here that also says, yeah. Didn't know you could do front end with .NET? Oh yeah. Nope, don't have to use JavaScript. Don't have to use JavaScript if you don't want to. Here, there's my theme selector. And it has the type. Right, and at this point, it's selected, and it's going to try and save that to disk. And it's applied. Nope, doesn't do any compilation to JavaScript, compiles to WebAssembly. If you want things to run interactively in the browser, it'll compile to WebAssembly. Otherwise, this is server-side rendered content. And we've been able to do that with .NET for 25 years. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But I've got my debugger attached here, and I'm trying to dynamically specify that type. I'm doing a little bit of late binding on this. And let's let it go through and do that save again. Right? Setting the theme. So, come here, you. No. And if I give it assembly qualified name, no. But here it does create instance on the theme type. So it wants a type, or it wants an assembly name and a type name. So if I give it theme type assembly.fullname, theme type dot fullname, cannot find the file specified. It's a tuple, yes. So what if I turn that into a current theme record? If I just did new there, that'll work, won't it?
Developers, 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 developers.
Yeah. I done blowed it up. Because now it's not nullable. I spelled it wrong. I spelled it wrong. Chat, I was relying on you. Value, 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 value. Actually, don't need. Really? What do we got? And that's on save plugin. Does this have application state? It does. If I change this, oops, I should be able to just say app state set theme this manifest. And that should work. Yeah, stupid strings nerd herder. How you doing? Yep. And change it to this. Change. Ba-bang! Serialization and deserialization of system type instances is not supported. Yeah. So what do we do? That's fine. Go ahead and error out of that. But it's selected. When we're in the theme deal over here, right? All right. Immediate window. Thank you. Right. So if I do type, get type on that over here, assembly qualified name. No, didn't get it. Wow. If I do a string on that, John. No. If we activator create instance. No. We have type. We have assembly name, type name. Activation attributes. No. Assembly name, type name. Fully qualified name. Am I planning to do any F sharp? No. Nope. So I can't serialize the type. How do I reload the type? Can we ask Copilot? I didn't make any changes there, so you're let's go over here. How can we serialize a type property. Create a custom JSON converter. And then add the converter. Okay. Do that. We're going to save you into here. Okay. It didn't apply those changes. No, where did it put the... wait a sec. No. Okay. Why doesn't it like this? That's fine. So that now knows what that is. Let's see what happens. Yeah, and I should wrap up soon. Okay. So it doesn't have a theme selected. I'll select one. Okay. I wanted the... Give me the JSON. Show me the JSON. Oh, it's over here. You're very thin there, JSON visualizer. Current theme, ID, and that sure looks okay. So it wrote all that text to JSON. All that to the file. Looks good to start. It didn't... There it is. Yeah, that should have done the reload, but it... Right, so if I undo that, change... That worked. Okay. Back over to here. Sorry. And it set the theme. Okay. So, next, let's stop the website and try to get it to reload and... rejoining. It's got it selected, but it didn't actually... Didn't actually load the type. Yeah, it didn't apply it. One second. And if I do click change, yeah, it hits it. So it's like it loads it, but it's trying to get that type and it can't get that type. It's in memory. It's clearly in memory. Because we don't do any assembly loads. Right? It's been loaded into memory down in here. There's that misspelling of assembly data. I can... But I'm still running into... Why isn't it loading the theme? Can't get the type. Why can't it get the type? Like... It goes through the types and it finds it. In that assembly. Is it a security vulnerability? No. No. Thinking. You can always do a get type. Set theme is not being... I could just make this I could just make the current theme that's Nerd Herder and Lanky Scottish Nerd. If I do that, then I'm never passing a type. Then I can get rid of that and that. It's getting that theme type. I need to put that theme type somewhere. I mean, then I go back to no. Public type theme type. It's not that. It's I've got this. No. 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 Go away. No. You're getting punchy now. Um, theme manifest. No. The plugins, the string with the plugins is the ID. It's the plugin name. It's called on save plugin. Manifest ID. I want Okay, so now I have theme manifest. Why can't I do that? Yeah, I know. Actually. Yes, I know it's... Which also means that that is nullable. So if we don't have a current theme, return null. Go try and find it. Let's see if that worked. Yeah. Yeah, theme type doesn't exist. But that does. If app state theme type. Here we go. Come on. It loaded, and there's application state. There it is, ID version, and it does have the theme type still written there. Even though I told it JSON ignore. Go ahead, change that. There it is. That's what I want. So now let's stop. Start, so it reloads it. Let's see what it looks like when it reloads. And then I think we've got it done. There it is. Set it to nothing, and it turns it off, and it's null. There it is. There it is. We've got it. That was a bear. I'm going to get rid of that type JSON converter. We don't need that. First, attempt at theme chooser. And as was pointed out, we're going to want a default theme. This is 111. And we got so wrapped up in a couple other things here, we just did not get to we didn't get far enough to be able to deploy here. Right, there's a bunch of other things that need to be built in here. But this is a pretty good one to get done. We don't have a way to get back to the admin page inside of our navigation. Can we clip that one real quick? So that we don't run into any more issue here. Right, I don't have a general. Let's just add general up at the top. I don't know. Right? Manage nav menu. Is there a site admin? And we can, oh, we can get into, hey. Right? Actually, I already have it up at the top of something. Not, we've got to resolve theme selector, but can I just put like that? But you shouldn't get this page if what I have as index, this should be like site appearance. We got to rename that and put a new index page out here. Because that's going to be a security issue. Yeah. Not sweet. Page. Yep. That's okay. That gets you in. And over here. And this should probably be just above plugins. And I think that clears that up a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. Really? That wasn't expected. There we go. Still need kind of a home page. Right? That clears that up. There we go. Improved admin navigation. There we go. And that'll recompile. We'll wrap this up, ship it. We're not really shipping it, but that'll take care of another item on the milestone list here. That'll take care of this handle theme selection. Somebody's working on the add plugin page here. We can probably hammer this out and releasing a container or something that we can probably bang out tomorrow pretty easy. There we go. And there it is merged in to the 0.4 train. And I'll clear up what I've got here. Git checkout V04. Feature theme chooser. Hey, thank you for the follow. Aloha Bootcamp. How you doing there? Aloha Bootcamp. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. I'm assuming you're a couple hours behind me from the sound of that. There we go. All up to date. And I think we're nearing a point. We don't have a good screenshot of what a nice homepage looks like yet. But I think we need to do some revisiting of the description and homepage of our source code here to describe a little bit better what it does, what it's capable of. But we've accomplished a lot. A lot. You're in Vancouver? All right. It's still a couple hours behind me. It's still morning where you are. We're halfway into the afternoon here. So, I mean, we've got some easy features there, posts and pages, but we built out a plugin manager, and we've revisited and went through a lot of the features of that today and got it doing some pretty interesting stuff, where it's now persisting the theme information to disk inside of a little manifest JSON file, a little application state JSON file. We have the ability now to load a bunch of plugins and save them to disk in folders that are named after the ID of that plugin and the version number. This way you can have multiple versions of the plugins sitting on disk, and eventually we'll be able to choose a version to run on the site, even though you have multiple versions written to disk. This was big progress. This was a little bit of tidying up, a little bit of work to get things in a better functional state. And where it puts us is at a place where I think we're just about ready to start generating containers for this. It's not complete, but the next, after we finish generating containers, the next set of things we're going to do are going to be around being able to start swapping in more complex plugins, doing more interesting administration. And I think we're going to be able to get to more of that tomorrow. Now, tomorrow I do have a couple things. No, we might not get to it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to have a little bit shorter stream. I have some meetings to get to. I have a car going into the garage to get some maintenance done. It's typical regular maintenance. But we're gonna start hitting more of this. I'm tweaking and working on the translator that runs with AI that I have supporting this site. I'm going to be doing more of that offline later today, but keep an eye on Discord. You might hear me talk about that a little bit later. All right? It's been an amazing stream that we had together here today. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch on the big Twitch TV network. Easy for me to say. I have not yet, Ice Cream. No. I need to dive in there a bit. You know what? Here's somebody we haven't raided in a while, and he's making some food. Oh my gosh. Let's go raid our buddy InstaFluff. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow. It'll be a shorter stream tomorrow, but I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll hammer through a couple more of these items that we're working on. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.